Oh, I forgot to do that. Okay.
Son of a bitch!
God damn it.
Here I come to save the day! Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Fucker.
Oh my god.
Why does it keep doing that? Okay.
You're a snitch.
Hi, Cheese. Who got first? Cheese got first.
Okay,
I'm
Cap,
fixing my
if you
YouTubes.
Stop it. Okay, unless you want
I
everyone
forgot
come
to
Lifting weights and doing cocaine all day!
take care of this.
Get your hand off my penis!
Wow, wow, wow.
Thank you, Amy. You guess you have this? Hi, Sashi. Sorry, I was taking care of my YouTubes. There we go. How you doing, Dot Goddess? Welcome in. We are making gouache today. Sleepy Sashi. We got a case of Sleepy Sashi. The other people I'm talking to, Dot Goddess, is on Twitch, just FYI. The tubes have been taken care of. By the way, Maddie, these are this is the syringes. That we got. They're 150 milliliters. So these work for white, and this is the one I cleaned. And I got a box of 4 of them, but this box of 4 was like $13 or something like that. So, you know, today I'm gonna use 2, but I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna see how it holds up the cleaning. But this is, you know, it out of the box. So, and it also has these like little reservoir tips. It did work better for the titanium white. So I already used that for titanium white. Okay. All right. So our 2 colors, the last 2 colors we're doing for the gouache that I'm planning on as of now are Pyrrol red and Phthalo blue. This whole tub, this is how fluffy Phthalo blue is. This is only 1 kilogram. This is only 2.2 pounds of pigment right here. In this tub. If this was the same amount of lead white, this would probably be over 10 pounds to 11 pounds of lead pigment. But anyways, what color do we want to start off with first? What flavor? Don't eat these. Too evil to hope. God damn it. Don't eat it. It does not taste good. Pyrrol red or Phthalo blue? Phthalo blue. We're making gouache. Not little Turkish delights. Phthalo. We got to vote for Pyrrol. 2 for Phthalo, 2 for Pyrrol. We need a tiebreaker. Who's a tiebreaker? Cheese, you already voted blue. You can't take back your vote. Dot Goddess, you are correct. Phthalo is better to do second, We're doing Pyrrol red. We're doing Pyrrol red. I literally had that thought earlier and I forgot about it. All right. So, what do we need for gouache? Chalk, pigment, medium. This is medium I made myself. We gotta put on our N95 mask. We got our butt plug right here. And I have tubes and I have labels printed out, so. All right. Let's get to business. About my glass butt plug. Good. They should know about it, Sashi. 210? Not bad, Mud. That's quality. Oh, I need gloves. I don't need gloves, I want gloves. Very professional. Okay. Okay. All right, I took 4. All right, so Pyrrol red will probably yield pretty well, but I got to be careful because I'm running low on medium. So let's. So you can see this looks more here. Let me fix the. Interesting. It's not picking up red that well. That looks orange. Interesting. Hold on, I'm gonna fix the filter. I'm gonna add a filter. That makes it look pink. Oh, there we go. Interesting. All right, that's how the pigment looks in person. That's how vibrant this pigment. So, that's good to know to have her. That looks very close to how this pigment looks IRL. Oh, that's gonna be a lot, I think. So we're gonna stay with that amount. Pyrrol red. So this is Ferrari red. This is the pigment that is used for the Ferrari red paint, everybody. The Ferrari Rochers. Okay, we're gonna add our chalk. Now we add a lot of chalk here. It doesn't affect the color, but normally I don't add chalks to my paint. But this is, I've noticed that I usually even put too little chalk on a lot of these pigments. So I'm gonna aim to go a little bit heavier on chalk because this is what makes gouache opaque. Okay, this is what makes gouache opaque, everybody. I'm not doing this to extend. This is how gouache is made. This is how the sausage gouache is made. Okay. Quick mix. Pyrrol red is also an exceptionally strong pigment. We'll just get the chalk. We don't have to go nuts about mixing this. Okay. Okay. A little bit. Did you give up on measuring? Yeah. I've been taking basic mental notes at how much pigment I used, so I can estimate material costs. Okay. Since my medium's a bit thick, we have to add water. I want you, I need you. I'll start off with about that much. And then let's mix. Boy, that medium is thick. And then once this wettens, once we dry all the wets, you'll see the red come out more.
Fire the nuclear
Oh, hi,
weapons.
Paul. You can't hear your my mask? I'm sorry. Well, well, well. If it isn't Paul Maitland, welcome in. Oh my god, a raid! Alright, let's keep mixing. I do have to make more medium, though. I'll probably do that sometime this week. Hi, Shasta, though. This is taking a while to mix in. It's being very. It's like the liquid is not wetting well yet. It's interesting. Hello, hello. Paul, you're just in time. Post your links. It feels a bit hydrophobic right now. I remember Phthalo Blue being like this too. But I didn't in watercolors. But I never made Pyrrol red in watercolors. So it's interesting. But it is a very fluffy pigment, mind you. But it's just taking a while, and sometimes it just takes time. But I'm like stirring, and it's just like not like getting coated yet. Very interesting. All right, there's a little bit of it. Starting to. Just keep mixing. It's a bit of a brat. That is true, Paul. How was your stream? Post your links or I'm going to burn this place to the ground. We especially want your OnlyFans links. Okay, yeah, see, now it's starting to... It looks like it just takes a second for it to, like, get wet. There we go. We're seeing some progress. Good, Paul, good. Pause what? All right. So let's bring in more. So it's interesting. It's looking a little bit more pinkish from the chalk, but I'm curious if I mull it because it seems like the Pyrrol red pigment is taking a little bit to kind of mix with the fluid. And I wonder if that's gonna like become more red once I properly mull it. If not, we'll add more pigment. Because I'd like it to be more red than what it's showing right now. We need those links. We need those links, Paul. Maybe we're a little bit too saturated for what I'm seeing. See, now I'm... Hold on. Probably closer to that is what I'm seeing. Oh my god, I feel so objectified by Paul. Okay. The behavior is very interesting, though. Might need to add more pigment, though. We'll mull a little bit of it and see if it's just... if it's like a matter of time. But Pyrrol does not want to mix, or it takes a second for it to become like hydrated. The auto-lees. Good, Paul, good. See, when I move it... Oh, shit. There's sometimes I see red coming out of this mixture. Like, right there. It's very, very interesting. That's what it seems like it's doing, Paul. Who's cricketing me? Sashi. See, it's super interesting. It's getting a little bit more red over time. That is something I just really haven't observed from other pigments. Pretty good yield, yep. Yield's always important. Pyrrol Red yields exceptionally well with oils as well. It yields about 2 to 2.5 times more than yellow, for example. It's one of the better ones for yield. But coincidentally, Pyrrol Orange doesn't yield that well. So there is a difference even between Pyrrols. All right, let's mold this, and then we'll see if the color comes back a little bit. If not, we'll add more pigment. Because I want that red, yo. Yep, instantly. Look at that. It instantly... Holy shit, that's cool. That's so fucking cool. You see the difference? Instantly in the areas that I mold? Let me adjust the filters again. Holy shit. That's so cool. Let me go less of a hue shift. There we go. I think I had the hue shift a little bit much. Contrast doesn't... Not saturation. You can see it though, right? You can see that difference. That is so fucking cool. Literally 2 different colors. Ah. Oh, I love that. I was getting worried for a second that this, like, there's something wrong with, like, the Pyrrol in watercolors. Or in this medium, you know? And now we'll have an easy way to tell. We'll have an easy way to tell how well it's molded or not. So freaking awesome. There we go. That's a red. Do you see how much it changed, though? It literally turns red when you mull it. Because it's like resistant to like the liquid. That's so awesome. All right, we gotta do a opacity check. Gotta do an opacity check. So we're gonna paint it over. We have white, we have ultramarine blue. That's the quinacridone magenta. So here are the gouache colors. You can see them better now. That's quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, titanium white, burnt umber, and my yellow. So you could see it better now. Of my gouache colors. What brush? It's just a shitty one. Transin 16 round. So that let me show you the rest of the colors too. So here you could see that's the lamp black, yellow ochre, chromium green oxide, ultramarine blue, and titanium white again. Okay. So plus this red and phthalo blue are the gouache colors. It's a mixing gouache palette, okay? So let's see how the red stands up. Is it drying really quickly? Okay. So pretty opaque. Let's go over the black again. I think I need a little bit more liquid. It's a little bit dry right now. Son of a bitch! Salt. Okay. Let's see. I like to check over other colors. Oh yeah, we got opaque. I think we got... is that enough? You could see a little bit of the black through it. Let's try this again. I think I need to add a little bit more chalk. We'll add a little bit more chalk to it. This is why we do this. Now we do got to redo this whole process, but let's add a little bit more. Let's add a little bit more medium as well. No, this isn't candy, Maddie. Bastard. All right, let's remix. It's interesting though, this medium it's like dry, it seems to be drying pretty quickly. Maybe I just didn't have enough water in it to begin with. Or it's just absorbing a ton of water. Possibility, it could just be absorbing, like, as it's like going around the pigment. You just need to feed it more water. Because I haven't had any paint dry, it seems like, already. When you've been molding it. In the areas that have been molded. So some very interesting behavior from this Pyrrol red. Back to, yeah. Pretty good yield though, Shasta. Because it'll probably be similar when if you're to do watercolor. Pretty good yield on this pigment. And for such a great Pyrrol red is in the running for being the best pigment. Just overall, everybody. Just make sure we're mixed more. Between the yield, the cost, the yield, well, the cost and yield are the same thing, right? Cost and yield are the same thing. It's really not that difficult to make in oils either. It's very forgiving. Like, you can't really add too much oil to it. You'd have to be you'd have to be really negligent to add too much oil. Yeah, benzimidazzolone yellow was insane. I remember that. But still nothing compares to a lamp black, though. For oils. Maybe a little bit too much. Let me push more of this off to the side. Oh my God, Maddie, where do you come up with this stuff? Where do you come up with this stuff? I can't believe... It's like I'm talking with Jim Carrey over here. I can't... You all... Continue. Hi, Mono. How you doing? Oh, I can take off my mask. How are you doing today, Mono? Really? Dude, what a finish to the sumo. You know, this tournament was disappointing. Just because, like, I didn't have one of my big rooting interests in there. But I started to really like Wakataka Kage. I never disliked him. It's just he wasn't necessarily a rooting interest. And his match against Kirishima in the finals was awesome. He just fucking took care of business. Really surprised me, because that might have been Kirishima's worst match of the tournament. He was 66%. That is good. That's like Mud in Shasta. Like Shasta, you watched it? I take it. I think that was Kirishima's worst performance of the tournament. Hi, Omizu. Yeah, you did too? Yeah. Which is surprising. Kirishima seems to be a pretty even-keeled guy, and he just got blown back right away from a guy who's that's not necessarily his strength, I would argue. But he just instantly lost the Tachi and just lost. We gotta do another check. Hiroshima, no, we're talking about sumo. Kirishima. Kirishima took second in this tournament, and he went to a playoff against another sumo Rikishi named Wakataka Kage. Make sure you dip your finger into the paint. Let's get a good... Make sure we're all good on this front. No, we don't do that here, Mono. Exactly, Shasta. It was one of the... but it took me a while, because I was also like... I like Atami Fuji, but he had a disappointing tournament. I like Koto Sakura, but he had a disappointing tournament. Ura had a very good tournament, though. All right, let's try this again. You're drying up a little bit. All right, let's... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This guy. Who knows Rumpelstiltskin? Let's go over black and white. That doesn't seem bad. You can still see through it a little bit, but let's try a little bit of a meteor, like a little bit less water. I'm satisfied with that. This is the latest one. The bottom one right here. What do we think? Here, let's do one fresh mark over this. Here. Is that good enough opacity-wise? Looks good, NG? Okay. It dries matte, everybody. Okay. We gotta make sure these are professional. I mean, it's pretty opaque over the glass, you can see, as well. I haven't reloaded this brush, but pretty opaque over the glass. I think that's a pretty good sign, right? Just painting it on the glass itself. Yes, must let it dry for the look if it's okay. Yeah, so here, I'll show you dry. These are the dried reds. It's all matte. The medium dry is matte. But this is completely dry, this is completely dry, this is completely dry. Interesting how this kind of dries up, though. Okay. I do have a much better camera now, as you all can tell. So, you're seeing pretty close to what I'm seeing.
Badly.
Carlitos. This will, I'm gonna make a Discord post when I put the listings for sale, but it's either gonna be late tonight that I make them for, that they go live, or, tomorrow morning. I have to do the swatches, I have to get pictures of the swatches, but we're gonna do the swatches on stream. You know, I have to, then I have to get the two pictures of these two. Tomorrow, Mono. Tomorrow. And I might be doing plein air on Tuesday, everybody. I've been neglecting plein air because of a lot of other circumstances. But Tuesday, if the weather permits, I think I'm going to go do a pastel as well. Ooh la la. We are in plein air season. Oh, I'm lost. So we're not painting over glass. We were testing it out. It is PR 254.goddess. For oils, I also make 255, PR 255, which is Pyrrol Scarlet. And then I also make Pyrrol Orange. They are all very, very good pigments. Pyrrol Orange is a bit pricey, but it's one of the better oranges out there. And eventually I'll probably make it for gouache once I have a good source of it. Right now I do not have a good source of Pyrrol Orange, and so the little I have I need to save for oil if I need to make more. But Pyrrol Orange is like PO 84? Something like that? So once again, this process applies shear force that breaks up all the larger clumps of pigment, dispersing the medium all around it. It doesn't make the pigment particles smaller. PO71, thank you, Shasta. It just breaks apart the larger clumps of it through shear force. Shear force, which is like side-to-side force. Shear force is like when you tabletop somebody. Remember when you had those asshole people in high school that would push you over somebody, like kneeling behind their knees? That's like a good demonstration of how shear force works. Oh, it might be. I think 73 is correct. I think it is 73. I'm almost fairly certain it's 73. I have a bag of it in my pigment area. I could look at it. I just don't want to go over there right now because we're molding. Now, can we do this too much? Not really. Can we do this too little? Most definitely. However, watercolor medium is much more forgiving with regards to what the best case scenario is. However, you still want to do it enough. The one you have to really make sure you do it enough, though, is oils. But once again, you want to do it well in all cases. Boomineer. Wait, no, that's Bo En ear. Okay, there we go. Got that right the second time. Welcome in, Bo. If you have any questions, please let me know. Okay. Every once in a while, we scrape off the butt plug. I think we're gonna have a lot of tubes of Pyrrol red, everybody. It's good to know though how well this yields. I used about $20 worth of pigment for this much. Probably more than that, actually. Probably like 30. But this looks like, I'm guessing we're probably in the range of like 11 to 12 tubes right here. Maybe more. If anybody's curious about prices, I can tell you the prices I set things at. No, I think that was pronounced bow, and ear. Pretty sure that's how it's pronounced, Mono. I'm pretty positive. When am I ever wrong about these things? When am I ever wrong about these things, Mono? No, Mono's not right. I'm right here. I'm the right one. No. I know how you pronounce your name. Oh God. You don't tell me how to pronounce your name. Welcome in, Boomineer.
Nice.
Seeing like a couple clumps, and that's why I'm trying to like go right on top of them. Break them up. Speed up the pace. I do like trees. Who doesn't love a good tree? Okay. Seems good to me. Scrape up. And we continue. Remember to keep on dipping your finger into the paint.
I like cats. 3 meow.
I like meow. Thank you, Mono. It's okay to leave a little bit behind. Shasta, when you made Pyrrol, did you see that hydrophobic behavior before? I recall it a little bit in Phthalo, but I never saw another pigment that did it until now. Mind you, Phthalo with watercolors, not with oil. Oh no, no. These are this paint is literally and figuratively red pilled. Sweet. Oh, thank you, Boom. Appreciate it. Come on, clump. Yep. I almost... I feel like I could set up like a robotic arm, or I could put a power drill and just like rotate it really fast, like an egg beater thing, just with molars on it. Think of the mess that would make. Why is that so hard to believe? They knew I was right. Manny, when you're wrong, you don't admit when you're wrong. Remember, you double, triple, quadruple times down. All right? You never give in. Like the great Tim Allen once said, never give in, never surrender. The great Tim Allen. Oh, God, Salt, another one. It's like we got a Gallagher in here. A Gallagher and a Jim Carrey. Oh, my God. Let me get my poncho on before you break those watermelons. I wonder if Maddie has any clue what I'm talking about. There's a chance, though. See? See, you understand, Bo. Sometimes mono just, just needs to be explained how to pronounce somebody else's name. Thank you for the bits again. Maddie, do you know who the comedian is? The comedian named Gallagher is? One of the biggest comedians of all time. No joke, he was huge. For like probably a decade. You don't like? Are you saying that sarcastically, or do you agree with that, Salt? Because in the late 80s, early 90s, he was probably the single biggest comedy act in the United States for sure. You don't think a guy who was one of the biggest acts for a period of time is one of the most all time? Like, I don't like Jeff Foxworthy, but he was one of the biggest stand-ups of all time. So Gallagher was a guy who smashed watermelons with a big hammer on stage. I'm not saying best, mind you. Not saying best. Popular. I'm surprised you haven't seen him, Sashi. Yeah, I'm not arguing best. Once again, not arguing best. A guy whose show was like the hardest to get into, the amount of shows he did. It's like Jeff Dunham, that fucking puppet asshole, racist piece of shit. He sells out like huge places. And I think his the amount of money he makes is like preposterous. Or it was for a period of time. Now, we can all agree he's not good. Yeah, but I always use the term biggest. Biggest. Well known. Not quantifiable? You could with money. Why is that so shiny? Like if we make it say amount of money made, amount of tickets sold, amount of shows done, sold out shows done. He had a big TV presence. That's where I saw him growing up. No, he was not he was a hack. Sashi, he was all hack. Once again, not arguing that he was good. But I'd also contend if you were popular for the most, like, popular for a period of time, it would also make you one of the most, like, for a period of time. And if his was significant. Now, maybe he wasn't the most popular and I'm conflating it. That is a possibility. But if I had to bet money on it, he was like one of the most, if not the most popular comedian from like, for at least a 5-year stretch. Yeah, but Dana Carvey was not a stand-up. Yeah, so wouldn't that be one of the most famous of all time? Some of the most famous comedians right now were never the most famous at any given point. Like, sure, Eddie Murphy, you know, Richard Pryor, Bill Cosby, Jeff Foxworthy, like the blue collar fuckers. Yeah. But his fame didn't come from stand-up. Or his mega fame, I'm sorry. His mega fame didn't come from stand-up. But I hear, you know, he was a very good stand-up. Adam Sandler started off with stand-up too. Thank you. I am, Mono. I am. Oh. Remember to flick some paint onto your shirt. But it was kind of dry, so... Oh, when I stole the crown jewel, Sashi. God, the stream is so high-paced. I can't believe y'all are keeping up with this. How high-paced this is. This is crazy. I know, Mono. I know, Sashi. This should be illegal. I belong with you, you belong with me, my sweet. Let's move a little bit of this back over here. Scrape some of this so we have more area to spread out the clumped up stuff. I know. I know. You should just rewatch. You should just have this on repeat to try and catch all the things you missed. You know, all the Easter eggs I slip into these streams. You literally, this stream is so rewatchable because of all the subtle intricacies I throw in here. Oh, Maddie, are you still here? The new Illuminati? I can't talk about that right now. I'm massive when I asked how popular it was. See, with Dot Goddess, would you agree then that would qualify them as one of the most popular of all time? So, Maddie, I read your little snippet about the pigment shit. So, just beware of adding way too much pigment or using too much, because that shit will become very difficult for people to clean off of their showers. You get what I'm saying? So I would stick to, I don't know, I'd be weary of iron oxides, even though they are safe, and go with something like the micas in general, since they're most likely larger particle sizes, and those will clean up easier. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, and I would, see, Maddie, and they said mixing it with the oil. I would even suggest going, like, mulling it with the oil to make sure it's properly dispersed as well. Cause so when I read that, it brought up a really bad soap memory for me. God, this was like a decade ago. I bought a couple of those bars of those. What was that Sasquatch soap brand that was like social media? I literally bought some of them. And they fucking stained my bathtub. Like, they, like, clogged my bathtub and, like, stained it. And it was really difficult to wash off. Because it was, like, I think they had, like, they used charcoal in one of them or something like that, and oats or something for, like, scrubbing. And, it was just a nightmare. And, I hated it. And like when I was reading up on it, I'm like, oh, did they just add like carbon black pigment to like an oil? Because that shit, like, it wouldn't wipe off with normal soap and water. I had to use like degreasers. Yeah. Yeah, I get, you know, start there, obviously, you know. I'd say don't be adventurous until you know the foundational stuff. Like with anything. All right, last little bits of mole. Just kind of scraping up as much as we can. Well, if anything, it makes the particles smaller. You know, transparent red oxide, Maddie. That's technically a synthetic. You may not, Mono. You may not. No dice. Nope, none. There's always these like clumps. I don't know if it's dried stuff that got picked up. It just seemed to be a little bit stubborn. So I'm just trying to go right on top of them. clear off this. And re-mull it if we have to. Oh, fling some paint around. This. Fuck. Dip the finger again. Oh. A little bit more water. And then talking about when I was born, I said he was huge in the 70s. It was 70s and 80s. I did not know like that, guys. They should make metal rolling pins so these clumps can't escape. It's interesting. Like this is more of an issue with like doing it by hand, Goddess, versus like I have a machine. If you weren't aware, that I use it for the oils, and I probably could do this on the machine. But it's not that bad doing it by hand. So like, I'm probably just going to continue to do gouache by hand unless for some reason people just decide to buy like, hundreds of tubes of gouache. Out of nowhere. So no, you can do that in the machine. You can. I do have concerns with that exact machine on it like flinging paint around. Oh, look at this. I ripped a glove. I have concerns, but I know you can do. People do use machine, obviously industrially. But I've had some problems with oil paints getting too like fluid on there and flinging paint all around. It was annoying. It was annoying batches. But the machine's a mess to begin with, It's basically a whole day process to make a batch of oil paints. And I do have to make some oil paint batches coming up. I have to do a titanium white and burnt umber fairly soon. Goddess, are you an oil painter? Okay. That one doesn't. You actually control the speed of two of the rollers with how close you move them together. Interestingly enough. But the larger machines, they have like an RPM control. They also have, I believe, a hydraulic torque like control or hydraulic pressure control. So you can increase the pressure that the rollers are imposing on each other. So like there are some pigments where that hydraulic pressure really makes a huge difference, specifically like phthalo blue in oils, like Prussian blue, lamp black. There's a few pigments that probably quinacridone as well, really benefit from it. So like if I ever do serious volume with oil painting, I would invest like the 40 to 50 grand to get one of those hydraulic machines, because I could make like 10 to probably at least 10 times the amount of paint in a single batch with one of those machines. But I would need to be moving a lot more paint to justify that. Okay. All right, everybody. Who's ready for syringe time? Let's move this all closer. Hi, Silver. Good, Mono, good. Sweetheart. So, I'll show you. This is what I did for the titanium white. I think we got a solid... Oh, let's see how much a tube... How much paint we got here. This feels like a good amount, though. Feels like a solid amount. Okay. So... Hopefully we get to 12 tubes. Oh, yeah, you're gonna... A shit and a nap. Ugh, I ate too much pork. Do paint oils now, let's paint water. Yep. I did it. So, Dad, you know I sell all these paints, right? Like the reason why I have those. So, if you're looking for, I don't know, what kind of weird? Did I drop some like paint in there? Okay. What the fuck is this? I don't know what is. There's like these black marks in these tubes. I don't know what caused it. Like some of them are dry, some of them are wet. Did like lamp black fall into this? Nice. I will warn you that the yellow that I have, the bismuth yellow, my last batch turned out a little bit oily. I'm gonna drain a little bit of the oil out of it. But it doesn't affect the paint. It's just the consistency's a little bit looser than normal. But the rest are all good. But yeah, since you watched that video, you saw that's like those are the same paints, you know, I sell. So okay. Syringe time. There we go. Just take out the back and just jam all this paint up its ass. Seems we might be a little thick on the paint. Let's add a little bit of water. So the problem is some of it comes out of the tip when you like have to smush it down. But you just, you know, obviously just put more. It doesn't come out at the rate you put it in. Clean this off as best we can. Tubes. All right. So there's one issue.
Good day.
Eye pickles. There's one big issue with the syringe now that we're all filled. It's air. Because when we jam this back in here, oh, see, some already came out because there's an air gap in here. So, oh, can make it difficult. So you can't really do this with one hand. See, I just overfilled this one. Like crazy. Because that shit just like comes out at a very fast rate if you, and I can't really see it while I do it. Even this might be too much. Still. That should be good. Maybe a little bit. Still. All right. We'll roll with that. Let's do another one. Yes, Maddie, you have earlier. A styrofoam holder. It's tough to say if that would work well. Yeah, it's a little bit... It's more because I can't see in the tube and how much is going into the tube. So it'd be like, what would be the way to do it, Pickles, is if I could just have it go a fixed amount. Like I could just pick up 20 mils or 21 milliliters of paint through the front, but I can't do that. Right, and just put in the exact amount until it's empty. Since I'm like putting in more than one tube's worth in there, I have to be cognizant of overfilling. But this is still faster, you know. But so we can try, because I can see I'm at like 135. So we just go down to 115. Right there. But see, then I just overfilled it. Because I just did it in one go. Well, I didn't even overfill it. Just like, it just went up the sides and it doesn't even seem like it was accurate. So as you can see, it's not like a complete problem solve. I should probably close these as well. But it is better. Than what I was doing. Yeah, let's do one more and then we'll close the 4 up. Did I leave my... Yeah, pliers are over here. Just... Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Look at that. Let's just see. Let's just do 10 at a time. Okay, that was 10. It's another 10. You know, I might be massively overfilling that 20 mark that I told you. Because, like, if this is 20, if I just put in 20 on this shit... oh, there we go. That was the air. We got the air out. Okay. If that was truly 20, then I might be filling these to, like, 25 to 30, everybody. Just FYI. This is paint. That is true. Have much crimpage? Yeah. Well, here's the thing. How I'm doing it by distance, Shasta. So I calculated how much distance. And I'm like estimating the distance of where it's at. on how that lines up with the volume I calculated. But, you know, if this doesn't seem to be matching that sign, or my distance, my you know, depth perception is way fucking off. All right, let's close these up. The weight, well, I mean, I just have to calculate it. I couldn't weigh them now until I calculated its density. That's like what I do with oils. This is the crime scene. This is blood and guts. Okay. See, now this one feels like a little light. A little light in the loafers, but that's okay. So it's like, how do you figure out how much 10 milliliters of a paint weighs, Pickles? Well, you need something that is 10 milliliters, right? And then you have to weigh that, right? And then you expand that to 40. Well, how do you find out, like, what, you know, and that's how I'd calculate it. I'd put it into a syringe and measure 10 milliliters of it several times to get an average, and then I'd take that average and multiply it by 4 to get the 40 gram, or I divide it by 10, right, to get the per gram, and times it by 41 for my tubes. Then I'd add the weight of the tubes, and that's how much weight I would put into a tube. Minimum weight I'd put into a tube. I almost always exceeded it, never less. But for gouache, you know, and I could do this for oils in the future too, just measure it like I did for these. And just like, if I get to this point, I'm fine. All right, we got 4 tubes done. 4. Let's do more. Let's also consolidate a little bit, because some shit's like drying a little bit. So now I could do this like one-handed and like look. It's a lot easier when I don't have that air and I don't have to hold my hand really far back. That wasn't the paint, that was my farts. So maybe I should just fill it up less than I have been. Is probably the way to go with this. No, I just think I slightly overfilled where I wanted to go. That seems good. A little too much again. Take a little bit out. It's good. Let's refill. Well, we might actually. I'm not going to be able to take out this plunger unless I use it all up. So let's just do that. Okay. Now let's refill. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right. We're not going to do a full... I got to add a little as well. We're not going to like fill it as tall as I did the last one, but... Okay.
Move this man!
Don't you bring... Stop it. That's harassment. By the way, Maddie, spell harassment. I think that's correct. Maddie, are air pockets still a problem for you? I need to keep some back. I need to do a swatch, but I'm probably gonna lose a little bit. Oh. So I might have gotten less tubes out of this than I thought. Well, so you might a tool. There might be a tool. So you know in concrete, Maddie, you know what they do while they're pouring concrete to avoid air pockets? They have like it's a vibrator. It's like a rope that has the end that vibrates, and while they're pouring it, they have it in there to get, and they just like push it through all the concrete, and exactly. But there might be something designed for soap, because I imagine that's a problem with many people. You get what I'm saying? I know it sounds like, you know, I'm like a fucking pervert, but that, like, no joke, that, like, if you look up the concrete vibrator things, you can see, you know, them doing it, because that's a huge issue with concrete. Am I only gonna get like 9.5 out of this? I am making a mess. This it's a lot tougher when you like there are issues with the syringe, and it's because of this air bubble specifically. See, it continues to go out. Jesus Christ, it just did that on its own. I might have just figured out, though, how to get rid of the air. I'm a genius. We'll try that out the next. Who did I kill? Well, it started on a cold, rainy Tuesday night when this dame in a red dress came into my place. They left immediately because they saw Kevin. Piping bag, lose too much. Dot. It would be much worse than this. Plus, so you'd lose a lot because of it, because you wouldn't be able to get out of the piping bag. It's not fluid enough. What's it? And then I don't think I'd be able to clean those. Wasted a lot on this tube. Because this is only number 8. I guess I'm probably going to get 10 out of this. Yeah, this should be enough for 2 right here. Maybe a smidge more. That's close. That might have been too much. We'll see. So now clean off the syringe as best we can. So you can see the syringe is better, Maddie, but it's not like it's like super efficient itself. I probably could have made the paint though a little bit more fluid than I did. Might have helped a little bit with some things. But ooh. Remember, oh Jesus Christ. When did that happen? That should be enough. God, is this enough for another 2 for me to use another? Probably is. Especially because I got to take a little bit out of this one too. Okay. Let's close these up. Let's clean this one off too. Close this up. Gotta paint the labels too. We'll paint the labels and swatch after we do the last one. There we go. I have a feeling this one is very overfilled. Not crazy. Okay. Not very. Just slight. Tomorrow's Memorial Day, right? God, so high-paced. Well, tomorrow I'm painting. God, you guys are getting a lot of streaming from me recently, huh? Except for that Friday that I had to miss. Ooh, didn't like how that turned out. Whatever, not the end of the world. But Tuesday, I'm going to be doing some plein air soon. The live plein air stuff is only through Twitch, but the VODs will be posted to YouTube, obviously. Unless the connection is dog shit. Come on. All right. Okay, so now let's paint the swatch and the labels. and then fill up the rest into a tube. Okay. So let's swatch. I got this on a big board, so you're not... This is my swatch board. I'm just going to do this off to the side. Good. Done with that. Then let's get our labels. This is paint making Laura cookies. We are making gouache paint. That's what these tubes are. Gouache. This is a Pyrrol red gouache. You can see it's a very clean, very surgical procedure. Gouache. Some would say meticulous. These are my labels that I made. So see that black rectangle? That's where I actually paint some of the actual paint on the labels so that you can see the color. Live and uncensored. You know, I'm very careful about it. Obviously. Right? Highly regimented. Thank you, Mud. There we go. So that's how we paint our labels here. Okay, so we got our swatch. Try and get as much of this out of the brush. We'll bring that back, and then we'll fill the last tube manually. And then we'll clean up, and we'll do phthalo blue, everybody. Phthalo blue. Which will probably be one of the best gouache colors that I offer. Oh, this flick paint all about. I wonder, this has to be more than half a tube. But this will probably just be my personal tube. That's how we taint our labels. That is true. Laura, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I do have past color mixing streams. There's a playlist of them on my channel if you were looking for how to mix colors. Big fan of the taint labels, yeah. I like my labels for my paint. I think they're fun. You know, they were in R&D for years. And they weren't done on PowerPoint, I swear. No, I'm making blue too. We're making blue right after this. Okay. Can't get all of it. It's okay. Oh, this is like only a third. This is less than I expected. It's okay. So I only go by the pigment. It's Phthalo blue, 15:3. Royal blue means different things to different people. So we do the things that are actually controllable, and that's Phthalo blue pigment number 15:3, which we will see once we're cleaned up. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna put on the labels at another time for these. Let's move these tubes in a spot where they won't get messed up with the phthalos. So we got 10 tubes of phthalo red. Decent yield. Let me, okay, now we gotta clean. Don't. These can go in here. Same with these. Now look at how clean this all is. Isn't that just wonderful? Wunderbar. Just scrape some of this shit off. So we'll go to one of our palette knives that we just... Basically, we just gotta make sure that this pigment doesn't taint the blue after this. Do another round of water. gonna make sure we clean the butt plug.
Fucker.
Move this man!
We'll change this glove out. And now let's wipe down with DI water. So you still get a little bit, that comes off. Because the other water has some red pigment in it. I should also wipe down this hand. Okay. That hand is washed. One more round. One more round of DI water. Do it again. Yeah, good. We don't having very little to nothing come up. Wipe down the tools. Yeah. We have a allowable amount that came off, and it's probably coming off of my hand. So let's all right, let me go change the water out. Ow, for my brush and stuff, and clean off these tools, and I gotta take a piss. So we're gonna take a quick break. You know, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Let's wait for the ads. I need to find my mask. Need another glove. That. Boo this man! Don't you boo me. Stop it. Stop it. Well, Galaxy Girl,
Oh, brother,
I don't stink.
This guy stinks!
We have to have ads. It's not like I can't have ads. Twitch doesn't allow it. So, I do the minimum I can while being able to have control over them. It's only once an hour. Can't get these gloves on. Okay. Okay, that goes down there. That's our pigment. We got this. We got labels. Where's my mask? Where's my mask? It's right over there. Okay. Yeah. I usually don't break. You know, in like a 4 or 5 hour stream, I generally take one break. On these gouache ones, I haven't even taken a break. Okay, we got our chalk. Pigment. All right, so this is Phthalo blue. It is the strongest tinting pigment that I am currently aware of. Okay. This is PB 15:3. Ooh, it's very, very light and dusty. Definitely wear a mask when you do this. Okay. Because this shit will go crazy on ya. Where's my scoop? All right. Let me, This is blue. This is like this is probably the one of the pigments that you guys have actually seen most in your life. It's that or titanium white. Anything that's blue and like printing and plastics and shit like that is made from a phthalo blue. This shit is nuts. This might yield a ton. Look at how it sticks. Because that's how tiny this shit is. That seems like a lot. That seems like a lot to me. So I'm not gonna do more. We might have just made a huge amount of phthalo blue inadvertently. It is not toxic. But breathing in any pigment is dangerous. Breathing in any pigment is dangerous, especially over time. Obviously, some pigments are toxic, but they are actually quite rare. It is actually quite rare for a pigment to be, I'm going to try and scrape this off. like toxic. You get what I'm saying? Like cadmiums aren't like have a very low level of toxicity. Cobalt blues, if it's toxic and provably toxic, see, look at how difficult it is to get off this shit. That's because the particles are so tiny. I probably shouldn't have even used this. I should have just used a plastic. We're gonna wipe it up because I don't want this shit lingering. Yeah. Oh, hi! Wait, Jan's here? Hi, Jan. I'm not eating this. You eat it. Okay. Alright, now we gotta add chalk. And I'm probably gonna have to add a fuckload of chalk to this. Because I might have just might have used way too much pigment. This pigment is cocoa nanners. As we say in Chicago. No, I'm not going to. If I just make 20 tubes of it, I make 20 tubes of it. I don't. How else will you turn your bogeys blue? Don't do it, Jackal. Like Mud sees the mistake happening in person. This is chalk. You need it for gouache to make it opaque. It really doesn't alter the color. Okay. You may think, wow, it looks light blue now. Just wait. Just wait. Filler scam. It's not filler. And gouache, this is not filler. Yeah, I might have used too much pigment. This is going to be a lot of tubes. We're going to have a lot of phthalo blue, everybody. Methinks. I don't know why Mud didn't warn me. I don't know why Mud didn't warn me. And I might need to add more chalk, too. We'll see. Now, I'll own this mistake, Mud. Thank you for trying to warn me. But we'll see. We'll see if my hubris... Because, you know, I thought I was going to have more than 10 with the Pyrrol, but I only ended up with 10. No, I added more chalk than blue. I added more chalk than blue. Gonna need a bigger boat. I might. No, this is it's the same. It's a medium. It's the same medium that you use in watercolors. It's gum arabic, distilled water, vegetable glycerin, and borax. Borax. So, just trying to round up everything. Seems to be mixing better than the Pyrrol red, interestingly enough. Maybe not. Yeah, it seems to be resisting like the... Probably not. Winton gouache. Now, to make it gouache, you have to add chalk, Jan. That's how you get opacity. You could use barite as well. I think there's a couple others you can use. Oh my god, Maddie, that video was crazy. Read chat. I am reading chat, Jan. All I'm gonna do is now mix the eggs with the flour to make pasta. A bit Stormy Girl Stitches. But it looks like it needs a second for it to like absorb. Just like the Pyrrol. But this is probably going to become blue once I start molding it. But yeah, so it is like... The Phthalo is kind of like resisting. It's just taking a second, it seems. And then it just will... I have not done egg tempura. Oh wait, didn't we have an egg tempura deal, Jan? I forgot about that. What was our deal with egg tempura? I am eyeballing the ratio, Jackal. It's not a lawsuit. Show me the contract. I was going to look into it, right? I never have. Because I've become incredibly busy. I was going to do an egg tempura run, that's right. Witness to dispose. I'm sorry I forgot about that. I will do it. I still owe Pickles a painting that she redeemed. Come on, mix. See how this is just not mixing yet? Jesus Christ. And then like all of a sudden. This is crazy. Come on. Jan, can you remind me though, I was supposed to do an egg tempura painting, right? That was the deal? Just play around? I will do that soon. I will do that soon. Yeah, I was gonna figure out the recipe, right, Jan? And then I was gonna test it out. Yeah, yeah, possibly. Look at this just not mixing. It's crazy. This pigment is like hydrophobic. Just like the Pyrrol. It's interesting that I left these two pigments to the last one that are probably... Alright, we're starting to, I think, see some stuff. not? Not yet. The butt plug is out, but I can't mull it right now unless it's like, you know, when it's dry powder, I can't mull it. It's pointless to mull it as well. It's just that it's not mixing in. And I remember Phthalo Blue taking a while to do so before. We had this with Pyrrol Red earlier today. Remember to flick some up and not see where it goes. Like it doesn't, it's like the pigment does not want to grab onto the medium in water. And it takes a second. But you could see like the liquid moving around like it's there, it's just not binding to anything. This is so, feels like pointless to like even mix it around until it just goes. I don't think a mixer would do anything. I know of like ultramarine blue has weird wetting properties too in oil, but Phthalo Blue and Pyrrol Red in oil aren't like, okay, there we go. I think we have some starting to go. Aren't like this at all. Any more? Trivia only questions I know the answer to. All right, let's see. What college has the mascot the Razorbacks? Arc? Arc as in what? What's arc? Noah's? Nope. They Triumph? Nope. Woo, pig suey. Arkansas is correct. The Arkansas Razorbacks. Why isn't it mixing, everybody? This is getting ridiculous. What the hell? Try adding some lead power. I didn't buy botch pigment. This is probably a good sign as far as the pigment's concerned. Try mixing some on the side here. Oh, fuck you, Lizzie. Come on. Mix them. Come on. Come on. I know. This is Phthalo Blue. This is the last color we need to do. But the pigment is just not absorbing the medium at all right now. Okay, wait, maybe there's a little going on right now. Like this is crazy. Like you could see it float, like you could see like it moving around, like there's liquid underneath there. It's just not. Pranked! Prank! We got you good, you asshole. This is all arsenic. Oh, fuck. Hey, wait, there's some... I think... But I think it's just because of how small the particles are. Like, some is absorbing. I just... What else do I have to fucking do here? I think that's what will happen. I just am annoyed by it. Should we just try? Maybe that will start it off, like the chain reaction. Lizzie, Phthalo Blue did this in watercolors, but it was a much smaller amount, and I didn't have, well, I did have chalk in that one. But, like, it was, a much smaller amount, so, like, it didn't, like, I think, it wasn't as bad or noticeable as this. Pyrrol Red just did this a little bit, though. Just setting this down on top of... Let's try mixing it around now. No, because it just works on shear. I normally don't like have to do this because it's just the paste. It works on shear force, the molar, right? Like a opposite directional in the horizontal way. But I would never have to mix. I would never mix paints with the rollers. I mean, dry pigment and medium on the rollers itself. But it's just amazing how this doesn't want to absorb without like additional force. Like, it's just not budging unless I use the molar. Like a coating of blue over everything. The molar is working slowly. It's just I'm trying not to like bring up all the dust because whenever I go down, like bring this on top of it, it makes a dust. I got a mask on, but it's still like, I wouldn't be surprised if my arms were like, in my shirt is kind of covered in it, that I can't even see until I notice it in comparison. Well, I think we also just made a fuckload of this too. Can't believe nobody told me. It's working. There's just so much of it still. I wonder if I could just if it's once it's in more of a paste. Maybe it's too liquid. Maybe that's it. So I think it's because the water was too like, see, now that it's in paste form, it can like grab onto it. You get what I'm saying? I think that's why it wasn't mixing. It was too watery. Because now I could just, oh, and make sure you put your finger in it. I could just like go over the top of it with the paste. And kind of force it together. It's still resisting quite a bit though. Oh my gosh. Gotta round it up. Did I just flip that somewhere? I don't know where. Why is mixing this pigment has a particular property that makes it and it's probably just because of how small and fluffy it is. But it doesn't want to accept water or a water-based medium. Yep. This is why you all should wear a mask, and let this be a message to you. Wear a mask when you do this, okay? You don't want to breathe this shit in. My face might be covered in it. Who knows? But boy, I have Pyrrol eventually mixed, you know? This just, I had to get the molar involved to even fucking mix it is crazy. Yeah, how would I sell them then? It's not gouache yet until I do this stuff. If I could, I would, Jan. Or if I could afford it and had a spot and I could just do this in a clean room, that would be... Using all the room I can to get this mixed in. Alright. Let's push some of this. There's still powder that's not mixing. Maybe I could go up here as well. There is a lot, Mud. But, you know, it's hard to say. You know, nobody was like, oh, you're making too much. You know, so it's just like, you know, I just had to go for it, right? Yeah. I mean, it's, you know, the one thing is, Mud, is I'm not going to waste any of it, you know, so I'm still, you know. It's not the end of the world if I make too much. But you see, I didn't even... By the way, that Mud, that was like, I didn't do more Phthalo blue than Pyrrol red. Just FYI, Mud. It was a very similar amount. It's just Phthalo blue is that nutty of a pigment. Okay, let's push off some of the side. Well, it absorbs so much, right? Like it just, because of its like particle structure, it can hold so much more. Liquid, or needs so much more liquid around it. Right, that's what happens when particle size is smaller. If they all need this, if there's just like 20 times more particles in the same amount of space, but they need the same amount of like a fluid medium, then you're gonna get, you know, a fuckload more. Right? That's kind of what's at play here. Phthalo blue is an extremely, extremely small particle. Almost as small as your average Republican's dick size. Almost as small. I think it's around 1 nanometer, right? I forget, but Phthalo blue has the smallest. So we're going to round up a bunch of this. We're going to mull a small amount and test it for opacity. Because you know, it'd be fun, everybody, if we had to add more chalk to this. Wouldn't that just be fun? I don't think we're going to have to. But we have to check. Don't eat the paint. Lizzie. Goddamn son of a bitch. I should scrape off this molar too, because a bunch of stuff might have gotten along the edges. Okay. Okay. Oh, I should do this side too. I'm still keeping my mask on because I'm still seeing little bits of shit. So, until I'm confident that I'm not going to get any random bullshit, I'm going to leave the mask on. Hopefully I added enough chalk. I really would be annoyed if I had to put more chalk into this at this point. But this is how we test. We actually mull it to its final state. Little bits of shit. That's true whiskey. All right. Moment of truth. This is mold. All right. Bring out our swatches. Let's bring out our handy dandy brush. That still has a bunch of Pyrrol red in it, it seems. Switch. Not swatch. Oh, I guess it's the practice swatch. It's not the official swatch. Maybe I'll do a gouache plein air. I'm doing all right, Whiskey. How you doing, bud? Gouache. No, I'd probably just stick with watercolors, though. I'd rather become good with watercolors than... Or just do shit with watercolors outside. But I am going to be doing a... Because I'd rather not split focus. I am going to be doing a co-stream with Jess, where I think we both use gouache. ¿Por qué no los dos? ¿Por qué no los dos? Sorry, I don't speak Portuguese. Why is there so much shit still coming out of this brush? Gouache. Okay. That will be good enough. Okay. See, look, there's just all this shit that's appearing. The fuck? We'll mold that back in. Okay. All right. We'll do our check. All right, opacity check. No, that's Portuguese. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, baby. This one. That's not even fucking close. Holy shit. Holy frijoles. Like, there's no doubt on that shit. Opacity. Yeah, that's good. I'm comfortable with that level of opaqueness. Might as well do the swatch right now, too. Yeah. There we go. It's on the official Badly Made swatch now. Good. I could do the labels now too, might as well. Now that I got the brush out, so I don't even have to worry about this bullshit. I might not have enough I might not have printed off enough labels. Good. 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 Bad. Okay. Okay. It is. Good enough. Not stressing. We're very careful here at Badly Made Paints. Okay. Try and get all that off the brush. All right, we got labels. We did our swatch. We did our opacity check, and we passed inspection, everybody. Well, I always make sure to, if I have labels, to have some accurate representation that you could see practically of the color. Shit's drying out. Yeah, well, that's why you can't, like, you know, printer labels aren't necessarily accurate. I could estimate the colors on a printer, like, you know, in a paint program and stuff, and then print them out, but it's just not going to be the same. It's kind of impossible for it to be the same. Okay. All right, let's move this. We're gonna have a lot of phthalo blue, everybody. There's even more dry shit over here. Now that one. Where's my other... Did I still not take it out of the water? I still haven't taken it out of the water. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's why, you know, frankly, I ignored Mud's advice. Because if I make too much, it's not the end of the world. I have the tubes for it. It might save me another, you know, session of it another time. Good blue, though. Okay. Yeah, basically, whiskey. All my paints are frankly painstakingly done. Every single one of them has like a pain in the butt, but they're all packaged, made by me. Plus, each order comes with a box filled with shit. Free box of shit, marked guaranteed. And complimentary centipedes and wasps. Next 3 colors only, yep. Where did that come from? That bothers me. Okay, it wasn't as bad as I expected. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Good. Okay. So adding a little bit too much water doesn't bother me at this point because water is evaporating out of this shit. So it's something we could actually control pretty well. And you could just always add more water and mix it in. Or let it dry out. So it's something that you can actually kind of use. You could use it to your advantage in this process. I'm learning you can be pretty liberal with the water. Digga-digga-doo. Shooby-doo. Booby-doo. Boo-doo-doo. Boo-doo. Yeah. Freak me out. Add. Ads. I wonder how many times I've done this fucking motion in the past week and a half. Week? When did I start doing this? I think week and a half. Ugh. Hi, Dragonia. Good. This is the last gouache color we have to make before they go on sale. So that's exciting. And, yeah. Making a bunch. I definitely intended to make this much. It was always in the plans to make this much phthalo blue. It's probably less than we expected, though. This might be around, like, 14 to 15, but we'll see. If it was less than 16, then, I wouldn't want to have accidentally gone more than 16. But if I do, I do. Tonight or tomorrow, I want them to be for sale. What brand palette knives do you like? I keep getting crappy ones that aren't good enough for me. Yeah, they're on Jerry's Artorama. Oh yeah, Rosemary and Co. Actually, they're not on they're not on Jerry's Artorama. Rosemary and Co. have been my favorite ones. The teardrop size, the teardrop ones. They also have the best value brushes. I haven't found a sufficient reason to use anything outside of their brushes and palette knives. Because Creative Mark palette knives sucked. They were too hard. They weren't, like, bendy enough. From Cockblick? I haven't used their branded ones, but the Rosemary and Co. ones are not expensive. They're not expensive. You buy a couple of them whenever you get brushes, and that's in your set. Because I'm at the point where I've been very satisfied with their brushes every time I've used them, and literally every other brand brush I've used, like outside of one, I've been and that one was also too expensive, mind you. But I've used other expensive brands that have sucked compared to the standard Rosemary and Co. brushes. Yeah, get them for Rosemary and Co. Dot. They're nice and bendy. The ones I've been using today are all Rosemary and Co. And like I said, they're not expensive there. But the ones that do suck are the ones that I've got on Amazon. Specifically, I believe the brand is Creative Mark. I believe Creative Mark is just dog shit because they don't bend, and they're thicker. You want them to be very thin and bendy. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Oh, requires a stiffy? That makes sense. No worries, Dragonia. Yeah, I mean, I've broken what of those? I used to break one like every paint making stream, but then I stopped using that type of one mud, and I just went to these teardrops, and these don't break. I've broken the handles on these, though, where they've come loose from the handle, but I can't recall one of these shapes that I've broken. Okay. This stream is so high paced. You know, I have the highest view count I've ever had on anything on this stream today from YouTube. I wonder if it's just because of the new camera. It's not like it's a high, but I'm getting pushed today. Maybe I'll get a bunch of subs. I'm only about 178 away from monetization. From ads monetization, I should say. And then people just went nuts because everybody's an expert on Excel. Oh. Oh, gotcha. I've seen some pretty cool shit on Excel too. I've done some cool shit on Excel. I knew somebody who did Excel programming. Like I'm talking not just within the cells. I'm talking about like a script. I forget what language it is in Excel to do some automation stuff. That was pretty interesting. That was something I didn't know would exist. All right. Almost there. Almost there. Yeah, that was at Visual Basic. No, I'm familiar with Visual Basic. like chalk. No, you're good, man. I don't get angry at that. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. Because hell, if I didn't know, I'd want to know. Do 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 do. Interesting. Yeah, it depends on what's available. Like, people grew up or just learned shit out of nowhere for some reason. You know, there's a lot of reasons why people will just... You know? I saw somebody do that in Excel, though. They made, like, something that would create the photos, or it would do something in the Excel things automatically, in the Excel cell automatically. It was one of the coolest things I fucking saw. By the way, we have guests for the stream tomorrow, everybody. We are going to be having Pirate Software and Dr. Disrespect on the stream. Because I know all of you love them. All right, they're going to be on the stream. They're both going to be painting because we both love them. All right, they're going to be using AI. What questions could you have, Todd? They asked me to be on my stream, and I just said, yeah, definitely. My community loves both of you. Do you know who both of them are, Todd? I think you would, Todd. No, I'm still doing the Badly Clint's The Kiss tomorrow. Almost there, yeah. I don't think it was as crazy as a mod as we originally thought. It seemed more when it was just liquid and powder. Still gonna be a lot, though. Well, how do you know I'm not, Todd? Well, I mean, that's what people do in Roblox, Dragonia. Like, people made Phasmophobia in Roblox, if you didn't know. But Roblox is kind of designed to do that, though. But I also saw somebody make an actual, like, binary computer in Minecraft. Like, it would display and everything. We got 2 more batches of mulling. Might be a bigger. Redstone, yeah. Yeah, no, I figured I'd... I don't know, I have Jurassic Park theme stuck in my head. I was watching an essay before stream about critique and criticisms, and they brought up Siskel and Ebert's review of Jurassic Park, and it was a preposterously bad take on Jurassic Park, like ridiculous. They still gave it thumbs up, but what they said about it was just incomprehensible. God damn it. The devil head fell off again, everybody. I'll reattach it tomorrow. Womp womp, you know. Sounds good, Dragonia. Almost there. Sometimes stuff looks like a big clump and then it's not. It could just be an air bubble. It's like, is this a clump? Can't tell. All right. Last little bit. And then we can start tubing. Yeah, we're making pretty good time. Maybe not. Bang. Trying to get all this scrap off. Okay. Ugh. Ba-da-doo-doo. Ba-da-da-ba-boo. Ba-da-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo. Okay. That's the one. All right. You know, the chalk makes it a lot easier to clean up. I thought, you know, usually phthalo blue can be a nightmare to clean up. But this is not acting like it's going to be terrible. Okay. Oh, water. Let's get... Then it's tubing time, everybody. Tube time. All right, my guess is going to be 11, actually. 4, 7, 10, 11. That's my guess. A clean syringe. We're going to test out getting the air pocket out of there. The cleanup you're talking about, Dot Goddess? Go, go, Power Rangers. So I think it's going to be worse in oils, the cleanup, than water-based in general. All right, so now let's. Well, having made phthalo and oils, it is as bad as you think. In this one, it's just there's so much more chalk than I would put in my oils. I do put chalk. I only put chalk in the oil version of phthalo blue because it is so unwieldy at full strength. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to put this on its side. Oh, a bunch came out. Yep, we got a syringe. Okay. I'm just like squeezing out a bunch. I thought going off to the side might... There we go. Okay. Close the... Okay, we still got a good amount in here. We got the air out of it. Now I just got some on this, which is annoying. Yeah, it's just about, because this is so thick, you need one that's large to begin with. But what's the best way to get the air out if I have to, like, load it from the back? Well, I should have kept an eye out. That was dumb of me. So. Yeah, if you find it, Mud, I would love to see that. All right, so now... Did I overload this? Tougher to see. That should be... Maybe just a smidge more. That should be. And all right, we're gonna roll with that. Hopefully that's. I should maybe, what I should do? I should close it. I should close that one down to make sure that's a good spot. Sometimes these are hard to see, so let's do that. I don't think there's any way that's underfilled. God, let's go. Now I'm a little worried that's a little underfilled. Give it that little smidge. Okay, I don't think this can be. There's my pliers. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Go, go, Power Rangers. Maybe a little bit more than that. Not underfilled, but should have a little bit more than that. All right. I overfilled that one a little bit. Take a little bit out. Check that. Okay, yeah, that one's a little overfilled. I tried with that. It hasn't worked for me, Mud. From the syringe. At least, well. I did that with the when I was doing the titanium whites. But I'll do it on this one here. So it's just above 80, so I gotta go just above 60. Let's see how accurate that is. Okay, so this should be... I didn't let any drop out. That's 20. If that's 20, I'm probably giving you all 25 milliliters per. Oh, God. Let's see where I end up at. Just hassle. You know, aren't those the good type of people, Mud? Like the person who gives you like way more fries than you expected. I'd say I'm probably on average giving like 22 to 23. Like, you do remember you ever go to Panda Express? Right? When you just have that employee who just gives you fucking amounts of, like, orange chicken. Exactly. Well, I know. Hey, I'm charging more for these, Mud. Remember, I'm charging a reasonable rate for these. Okay? Don't you forget that. I came up with my prices for most of this shit the other day, so... Yeah. Just know my boss is an asshole, Mud. Alright? So I'm gonna give away free paint. My boss is a huge asshole, everybody. He's having me work on the Sunday before Memorial Day. I believe it, yeah. I don't like when I overfill it and it squeezes out the top. That seems to be a line I don't like to hit, because it makes a mess here. And kind of wastes some. Yeah. We should all boycott badly made paints for how they treat their workers. I heard they take APAC money too. Watch, one day I just have an APAC sponsored stream. Oh yeah, APAC's huge in the art space. Alright, we already got 4 filled, everybody. We already got 4 filled. Just under 40, so just under 20. Good. Okay. Let's fill her back up. Make sure you put your hand in more paint. We love that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, Mud. The problem is if I want to use those marks, which I started to do, and it was actually working better than I recalled it working, but I could just add the rest of this in here. All right, so now let's get the air out again. Fuck, shit. All right. So we got to put it on its side. Get that away from there. Okay, I heard some air. Come on. Come on. Come on. Whoa. Fucking A. I gotta be careful with that. It saves time, Natty. I mean, maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But if it does that, I gotta be careful when I do that. We basically had to squeeze out about a tube's worth. But I wonder if it's just tolerable to do, because it will do it naturally, but because what am I at? I'm at about 135 milliliters. I know. Yeah, Mud. Just I'll get a backsplash. Oh, this is for my I need a syringe backsplash. Let's call a contractor, like they know what I'm talking about. What if you tap the plunger at the end so the air bubble? I don't know. I don't know if I could with something plastic like this. Where am I at? I'm at 115. No, 105. See, this is where I feel like the measurements aren't adding up. We do that. Maybe at like 92.5. Said 92.5. So I should just go to 70. I mean, that seems about right for 22. Probably slightly overfilled. This one I actually don't think is slightly overfilled. I think it's just overfilled. Let's revisit these. That brings us to 8. Wait, that one does not seem filled enough now. Okay, we are at 70. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah. That felt like pretty close to 22 on the dot. So we're at like 48. So I need to go to 26. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. I'm getting better with the syringe. How you doing? Fantasy Annie Mal Vega N. Okay. Welcome in. $26. How are you? Just gotta go to like 5. All right. We're getting better with the syringe, everybody. We're getting better with the syringe. Don't listen to her fantasy. Oh my God! Salt! Thank you, Mud. I shall. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Salt, you have a Nini to both of you. Salt, have a good night too. So we're gonna get 12. We got 12 out of that, everybody. Seems like we were gonna have a lot more when we started off. Four hours and 25 minutes. Oh, like years? 3.5? No. Is it 4? 4 years? No, 3 years. I think it might be 4. It's 3 or 4. I don't know. I don't know. If you want to check, go to my Instagram and check all the way to when I did like my first time lapse. I started like a few months before that. Was it 4? I don't think it could have been 4. $2023? I think it's just over 3 years. Maddie, just over 3 years. I'm almost positive. You know there's something in the wind. Yeah, but I didn't start streaming with IG. So yeah, I started streaming in like March 2023. I've only been tubing Phthalo Blue, Lizzie, for like half an hour. You take a short cat nap? Oh, fuck you, Lizzie. A little bit less than a year. I looked at the clock, Lizzie, so that's why it was like I was still making it at like 3 hours and 50 minutes, and it's only 4:30. I mean, we've only been streaming for 4.5 hours now. So we still got to label these things. We still got plenty to do this stream, everybody. We got to create the official badly made swatches for all the colors. You know there's something in the wind. We got at least one more, basically one more tube to fill. Case. Scrape this out. Try to waste as little paint as possible. Well, you know, that number started out, when I first created that number, it didn't start at 0. On Twitch. I think it started around 4,000 though. Fine. Also, anyone new on YouTube, I need subs. Please sub to me on YouTube. I'm a desperate, sad man. You are now, Maddie. You are a part of this. You are a part of this endeavor now. Why do you think you got hired? You're the scapegoat. Don't you do it, Lizzie. There's something in the wind. Yeah, and to be a scapegoat. Maddie, your application literally said application for scapegoat. When this all goes tits up. The feds are already on me. This is a really annoying amount to like waste a tube on. But that amount of paint is more valuable than a tube. You know there's something in the wind. God, I feel like this one's overfilled. Don't like playing that game. Okay, it's filled well. Is it, Maddie? Son of a bitch! Ha, he didn't loot me this time. Okay. Alright, last tube. This is my tube, I guess. Too much water. It's okay. I know you are, Maddie, because you're sick. Okay. Fuck. Missed. Okay. No. Clean up. There we go. Right there. Clean up. Do labels. Make swatches, and then we're done. You do that to yourself, Maddie. You do that to yourself. No, there's something in. No, you're not. You're a hell demon to everybody. There. All right, Sashi. We are just cleaning up the phthalo blue. Then we're going to label both the red and the phthalo. Then we are going to make swatches of, make official swatches that I could photograph of the other colors. And then we're going to call it a stream. God, I am just covered in blue and red right now. It's on my legs. Because I'm just wearing boxers. I'm practically sitting here, el flagrante. La flagrante? No joke, there's like a blue stain on my both my legs right now. And oh yeah, my arms too. Look at that. See this? You see that? You hear about this? I'm a goddamn mess right now. Maybe a poncho. Lewd. Do 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 do. Bell bottom blue, you make me cry. But I don't want to lose the feeling. If I could choose a place to die, it would be in your arms. Do you really want to cross the floor? Do you really want to hear me to beg you say? Beg you do, because I don't wanna give me my. Did that go under beans? Yeah, got some water underneath there. Oh, got it. Nice. Nice. How's the temperature in there? It's okay. It's a little warm. Because it just, like, once it gets warm, it stays warm. But it's probably, like, 70 degrees in here right now. I'm a little bit of a sweaty boy. Maybe, like, 75 in this room. Even though outside it's been nice out. Beg you to make me burn. I beg you don't, 'cause I wanna fade away. Alright, we're on labels. Clean off the tubes a little bit. How about by you, Sashi? Yeah. All right. Labels. Look at look at my hand. Oh god. Let's take some distilled water and see if that will wipe off a little bit. It's white. Some is wiping off, but it seems to be making it more blue. Poncho and long gloves. I'll need soap, I think. Like, this came off my arms, but they still look... It's okay. All right. One second. Gotcha. So we had 12 sellable. That's not bad. Let's do our labels. I don't want... If I could choose a place to die, it would be in yours. Toiling in the oily mines? I very much am. I mean, this gouache was still about, like, what, 25 hours of work plus money to do? I actually think it's been more than that. I think it's been closer to 30 to 35 hours. Yeah, if I could afford it, I would run AC. I would run AC all the time at like 68, 69. But I'm not, you know, I'm not gonna pay for it right now. Be in your arms. Okay, that's 8. Got my other sheet. I'm a little bit ombre. Last label. Okay, we have the phthalos done. Now let's do the reds. All right, so let's give these a quick wipe. Oh, so that's like annoying, really bad. Why is this not just wiping up? The hell's going on here? Alright, that's weird. Alright. Good. Good, 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 good. Okay. Hey. Almost there, everybody. But you all have to stay here. Regardless, and watch the VOD over and over again. Where is my phone? Right there? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I hate when I kind of like wrinkle a label. All right, all are labeled. Let me go get fresh water so that I can do the swatching of the other colors. Did that go underneath? Okay, no, I can. Good. All right. 1 minute. Put these pigments back too. All right. So I have to figure out which ones I have over here. And boy, is this ground a mess. I should really mop this. Okay. So let's do... I have these two. Let me put these... Well, my hands aren't wet. Over here. So we can make room for the switch. The gouache switch. The swatching gouache. Gouache. Okay. Let's move you over here. Let's see, will this... I put it on this big fucking thing, but it doesn't really fit, so... Can I take it off? Just... Thankfully the tape's not very robust. The switch gouache. I can't even say the switch gouache. The gouache switch. Okay, there's water there that I don't want to hit this. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, that's good. This works. So there's our Phthalo blue. This is our red. Our Pyrrol red. So I got the tube, I got a bunch of tubes over here of like half-filled ones. Okay, this is red, obviously, okay. Which one is this? Okay. What's the best way to do this? Okay, so this is magenta. Magenta. Okay. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, isn't this beautiful? Oh, my God. Maybe a little bit too much water. It's okay. Still fairly opaque. Okay. There we go. Okay, next one. Okay. Whatever one this is. Alright, titanium white. Interesting. A little bit of separation. Or just a little bit of, like, water? I don't know. Okay. we're gonna do that up here. Hopefully no magenta is still in the brush and I can't see it. Good. That's a good strong white, everybody. See that? Perfect. I should have done on the white first. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Next color. This is ultramarine. I wonder if I should just put it on there. No, let's just not. Let's just do it over here. Okay, ultramarine. It's interesting how kind of dull right now. When it's dry, the phthalo looks, interestingly enough. The matte I don't know if it's the matte finish that makes it look, or maybe it's my lighting. But it does not look great, actually, from here. But we'll see how the ultramarine dries. Could be my lighting too. It could be the blueness of the tape. Next color. What else do I have over here? Whatever this is. I'm guessing. Oh, fuck. That was a phthalo. God damn it. And see ultramarine. Just put another layer on there. Whatever the one this is. A little bit of separation, I guess. Oh, that's lamp black. Little bit of separation. Might be a little bit too much water on that one. Hope the other paints aren't like this one. Mega opaque. That leaves us yellow, chrome green oxide, burnt umber, and white black. We need yellow. Oh, and yellow ochre. Yellow ochre. I got 6 over there. Okay, so I need some green. Both yellows, green, burnt umber. Okay, last ones. Hi, Emma Gayer. We are just finishing up the swatching and then calling it a day. All right, so we want both yellows. And I guess green burnt umber. Burnt umber should be here. I guess green should be here. Should start off with. So that's burnt umber. So this is going to be bismuth yellow light. Okay. Holding up well. Let's do that one first. You have any questions, Emma? Please let me know. Let's put that over there. These gouache paints are going to be for sale tomorrow in my shop. Or later tonight. Who knows? Let me go change out this water again. Got clean water again. Okay. Let's do the yellow. Ooh, that yellow. Ooh, that smell. Ooh, you all are gonna love this yellow. God, I need more of this pigment. This yellow is fucking awesome. So fucking clean. No. Hans is fucking terrible. Hans is not better than... Hans is not more saturated than, Bismuth. Unless you're saying that to piss me off. And it did work. By the way, good. Yeah, if you can contact that, the sun chemical and see, I might move on that pigment sooner, but then I can hold on to some for you. So if you could send them a message quoting you another batch, and I have a place that they could ship to up here as well. This burnt umber is nice as well. This burnt umber works really well on gouache. You're not seeing it well. Let me go back to the filters. Looking so dark. Either way, just let me know, because if you don't, if you can't or you don't have the guy, I'd like to, figure out how to move forward with it. But all right, well, just let me know as soon as you can, if you don't mind. But specifically the bismuth yellow first. All right. Next we got yellow ochre. Ooh, that smell. I think I added too much water to this, but that's okay. Okay. All right, last one is chromium green oxide. The color of money. Chromium green oxide. Ooh, that smell. Ooh, that was more than I wanted. Okay. Yeah, this is opaque as hell. People are gonna like the green. Alright, this is the badly made gouache swatches. The gouache swatch. The gouache swatch. There we go. These are the colors we made. It is a mixing palette. It is a mixing palette. All right. Any questions? Good, none. All right, what's your question, Drez? Ooh, that smell. Shoo-be-doo-be-doo. That's a good question. All right. It's because I'm clearly not smat. And I'm an idiot. We have friends I should raid. I don't feel like raiding. But we have friends I should raid. Is that like what they use for their yellow and shit? God, the matte drying makes a lot of these colors look worse, though, in my opinion. Like, it makes the green a lot worse. Yeah, mine are, like, at worst, probably 50-50. Yeah, I actually needed to add more chalk to a lot of them for the opacity. But if they're too chalky and they don't have enough pigmentation, it's a problem. I just don't like the matte drying. The matte drying makes it look so much worse. Why do people like that? By weight or volume? Mine was probably 60-40 by volume by chalk, probably. But I started off less than that, but I had to add more to make it more opaque. The number one thing I heard with people is they wanted opaque. Just end? Yeah, fuck it, let's just end. All right, everybody. These I'll message in the Discord when these are, you know, for sale. No. It's taking the paper with it. Is this all gonna fucking rip the paper? Oh, Jesus. Tap dancing Christ. I hate when that happens. But I'm also doing this like an idiot. Oh, fuck. Really? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Where's my paper towels? Have to act quick. Because that shit reactivates. Wow. Fucking son of a bitch. Hi, Otis. Yeah. I think it will be fine for the pic. I just need this for a fucking picture. Hiroshima looked like shit in that playoff. Oh. No, everything's going wrong. What is going on? I did this like a dupayash. Ripping paper with it. I might have to do some selective cropping. Okay, so like it's just... It seems like no major damage was done. I just did this tape very randomly. Yeah, I don't like that it pulled up some of the paint, so it's not like perfect. That's annoying. But the tape has been very weak tape in general, so like I'm surprised it's like pulling up this paper, but this paper, it might be because of the paper, you know? The gouache squash is annoying me. I did this like an idiot. Just taking paper with it, like, it just won't. Jesus Christ. Jesus! Jesus Christ! Alright. It looks kind of shitty. It doesn't look shitty at the same time. Alright, those are my gouaches. This was Grumbacher paper, Drez, that I was given. This is Grumbacher. I thought they had a good rep. I think it was Grumbacher. Anywho. Alright, well, I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I'm just gonna end. No. I'm just gonna get the hell out of here. In reality, not sure. I haven't used their shit. They're overpriced. But I haven't heard them having, like, low quality shit. But they're probably just doing the whole scams, but it's paper as well. Grumbacher, though, is an established brand. Right? We can agree upon that? Thank you, Doc Goddess. Thanks for hanging out today. They sell student grade materials, are professional grade. I understand. They're still an established company. As professional grade. I mean, that's pretty much every company, Drez. You know that, right? Like, you know that. Mouth into what? Anywho, all right, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. What doesn't make sense, Odorous? Till next time, tomorrow. I'm painting tomorrow. Have a good one. And then Tuesday might be an early plein air stream. All right, we'll talk to everybody soon. Bye-bye. You too, Odorous.